Hello, hello! Welcome back. We are back with day 1 of 43. This is, I think, the 24th part of this project thus far. And up until now, we've basically had the login logout system implemented. We have local storage encryption for when we store any user data from the server, such as, non-personal information, such as, username information for pages, stuff like that. We also had the Redux store implemented, so we could see, everything that's happening on the front end. All the actions are being taken and storing that in the Redux store. It may not seem much, but I think the main thing behind it is everything that we did was also learning experience. I had no prior experience to this, so I guess that also factors into that, going from nothing and having built this from scratch. It's pretty exciting. And not to mention, obviously, this is just the front end. We still had the back end, which has all the APIs. And yeah, we've managed to just connect it all together. So that's pretty exciting. Today I wanted to do... What did I want to do? I wanted to fix up the sign up. Should we say something like join the ACRDB community, maybe? Tiny little thing for that. So instead of, where do we have that? I think it's index. Join ACRDB. Join the ACRDB. Well, actually no, just join ACRDB because it's not really a community as such. Yeah, no, it's fine. We'll leave it as that for now. What I did want though is responses when you sign up. For there to be a response. We also need a handle close for the sign up. I don't know if we had one. Because for the login it seemed to just work. But when you hit sign up, if it was successful, was it the tab handler that closes it? Because we had a button here, close button. On click is for on close. On close comes from props. And I think that is from, I don't think it's the auth menu, is it? Actually it could be. On close. Is it the close handler? On click, on close. On close from props. What is this? This is auth. This is auth form. Yeah, it is auth form. An auth form we pass close handler. So why is it on close? There is no on close. That's actually very interesting. Oh, never mind, it's dialog title. Dialog title would have on close. On click, on close. Close handler, there you go. So on close is handle close. Oh, and we're also passing on close there to handle close. Okay, I see. So we basically need to pass the close handler which is here to auth tabs. Because we also have tab handler. So if it was successful, close handler. So close handler equal to close handler, like so. So auth tabs will have it now. Auth tabs will have it. I think this is auth tabs. Yeah. So we have close handler now. And basically we need to pass close handler down into sign up form, I guess. There we go. So sign up form has it. Now in sign up form we can grab close handler. So when we do the sign up, nothing's gonna happen. We're just gonna get a user registration success, but that's about it. So we don't know if it was successful. So I think first thing we need to do is get the server to start responding back to us. No, it's weird that data is null. You would expect it to be data unless it's the payload that we're sending back. That is the issue. So let's check our auth form. We're doing res.status. Or maybe we should have done... Oh, it is JSON. I just realized something now. We would get response from there, but we wouldn't get response from here. That's one issue. Registration error and error. So let's clear that up. And then also response. User response, whoops. Response description and response.description. I want to, oops, description. Okay, so we should get an error when we try to sign up now because this user already exists. Yeah, failure. The only issue that we have, hold on. There. User response description. The username you have entered has already been taken. Please try another. Okay, I think that should be done on the front end. We used to do it back end, but it should be front end now. So we have that in an enum. So I think we'll just send the label back. I can't remember if description was required or optional. Let's check quick. User response is user response description? Yeah, description is god damn it. That's fine, we can keep that there, but we're gonna just grab the label, obviously. We just care about label and status. That's what we need to send back. So it is logging this. You know what I just realized? We will never really get into an error, because it will always respond unless we make it reject. Because we'll never get into here, error creating new user. That's something I just realized now. Because we'll throw an error in the creation, and it'll catch the error, and it'll return the error, obviously. So this will always return a user response. There was an error creating your account. Please try again later. Okay, so this is a 500. This one we can leave at 500. The others had to be 422s, and we've obviously set that up accordingly. So the response here will always be inside of here. We'll never get an error. As in, you know, it won't throw an error unless there was something weird happening. It will always return this. So unless we, you know, resolved, so it's either that or that. That's all it is. But I mean, that's fine. So we should get a res.status and response.description. So that's obviously working because I'm logging it. But then why here? Let's look at this. Error. Request failed with status code 422. Error status. Data is null. That's like the weird part. It should have responded back. I think it only works if I send it with like a 200 error. No, not an error, just a 200 response. Which is weird. Let's check the actual network request. What did we send? So status code was 402. That's the payload. There is a response. What? There it is. There is a response. Okay, we need to just figure out where that response is. Because there is a response. So let us go to user services. So that's res error. Error status is error.response. I think that's what we're logging. Error, request failed. Error status. So how do we actually get the response from the server that we can see in the response. I think instead of send, maybe we should do JSON. I'm not sure now. Let's look at Axios quickly, and then let's look at node set set error response. It's like HTTP error response. I don't want to return a code, I want to return the message. Rest.send response, yeah. We could do .json. Let's try that maybe. Rest.status.json. Then we can stick this inside of it. Like so. And then let us fail a sign up again. So we get our JSON response. There it is. Username already taken. But I don't think it's going to show up in our console, is it? Oh, weird! It does! So if it's in a JSON response, it does. Okay, I think it might be due to the fact that when we're sending the there we go. Okay, so we're expecting the response type to be JSON, that's why. Ah, okay. This makes sense now, doesn't it? So the reason we weren't getting it in our response is because our response type was set to JSON. And obviously we set the server to respond to JSON now, and that's why it's working. Okay, great. So now we have data. Inside of data we have description and label. So basically based on the label we'll be able to show an error. So if username already taken, then and I'm wondering if we should shorten those verbs. Instead of username already taken, how about just username taken? So let me see where I have those set up. Impulsivity, hey, how are you doing? Where did I have these set up? Was it in, no, was it in validate response? Yeah. So here we have username invalid, password invalid, email appears invalid. I guess I could keep that one up because this is not a direct your email is invalid, it's just appears.
Impulsivity is following the family.
Hey, thank you so much for the follow Impulsivity. I really appreciate that. What am I working on? I'm working, I should really like add that, shouldn't I? Since it's like an ongoing project and I have to answer this each time. I'm basically working on a little database for a mobile game called Assassin's Creed Rebellion. And it'll basically be a whole lot of data that I take from the game. You know, play the game, enter the data into the database, and then you'll be able to calculate things. So I have like calculators, things like, you know, best missions to do certain things and best heroes to focus on, hero stats, stuff like that, you know, just generally being able to view data from the game for those, you know, who are into stats and stuff. And then I'm currently working on the user profile section now, so I just added a sign up module, so you can sign up to the database. And yeah, right now I'm just working on the response from the server for that. So you might have seen I'm looking at responses now, so I'm evaluating the data from the sign up, if a username is valid or password's valid, stuff like that. Another game. It's cool. How's it going so far? Yeah, it's good. I've got basic functionality like login and log out sorted. Registration is working, but there's no actual feedback to the user yet, so you can register, but you won't even know if you're registered or not. You can log in after registering, so I'm trying to change that and basically give, you know, feedback. You're registered, and then automatically log the user in, and then obviously if there are any errors to show that in the form as well, and that's what I'm doing right now. So I'm going to leave that as that. Username already taken. We said we're going to change this to username taken instead of already. Let's shorten it. So username taken, email appears invalid. I don't want to do email invalid because it's not necessarily invalid. Password invalid, username invalid. Cool, cool. Now we need to set all of these things into a where is it? Constant. I think it's going to be system, because it's a server response, but I don't think it makes sense having a server constant. So I'm just going to have a storage as that. Export const server equal to. We need a server response, because there's username invalid, so I'll do something like this, and then yeah, I'll have this as a constant because I might change it on the server. So these are literally just going to be exactly the same. They're going to look the same. Username invalid, because then I can do import star as server and then do server.username invalid. How do you have your coffee? I like it strong. About a quarter of milk, 3 sugars. That's about the good cup of coffee for me. That's a question I've never actually had before. Thank you for that impulsivity. How are you doing, by the way, with stuff? Do you do any programming yourself? Are you just interested in it? Constants, alert, info. Okay, don't need those. Don't need those. System. Nope, that's not a constant. Constant system. Oh, okay, we do. Okay. Let's do server response then. I think it's going to make sense. Server response dot username invalid. Server response dot blah blah blah. So we're just going to copy those then. So that's username invalid. Password invalid. I could literally just do a string check exactly as is, but I feel that if we ever change the server label response, then it's easy for us to update here, because then it can be whatever, you know. Email appears invalid, and then what was the other one? Username taken. And then let's sort these alphabetically, because you know OCD. Username invalid. I is first, then T. Okay, cool. Is there anything else? Email, password, username, invalid, username taken, and there was another one. Oh yeah, we got to remember the generic errors. Email, password, username, then there's the generic error. This one, account creation failure. That's kind of a big one if something just, you know, happens, and that can be first. I've been teaching myself web development for about 2 months now. I mostly enjoy HTML and CSS, but I'm avoiding JavaScript because I can't handle it for shit. I started some JavaScript a while ago, but then I focused on CSS, and now I forgot everything. Watching you, it's kind of coming back to me, so that's cool. Yeah, pretty pog. Yeah, JavaScript is like a completely different aspect. Like, the makeup of a web page, you already know. The skeleton forms the HTML, and the CSS is kind of like the skins and internal organs and everything that pretties it up. And then JavaScript is just this weird thing that, it's expressive. It's like your cool kid with his cell phone back in the 2000s when, you had the flip-top phones. It's just that little extra. You don't need it, but it kind of enhances everything. So I totally get what you mean. But yeah, there's a lot of cool courses, a lot of cool places that you can check out, such as Free Code Camp. I'm sure you heard of it. That's what I basically covered. They have an insane amount of depth in JavaScript, and they take it easy. So you start with the very basic stuff, and the difficulty ramps up from there. But I feel it's quite manageable because everything that I've done is self-taught, and if you just stick at it, I'm sure you can manage. I didn't have to go to external places. I didn't have to watch YouTube videos. I didn't have to go to class or anything. Like, literally everything that I know is purely from that one place. And then obviously googling things from Stack Overflow helps from time to time, but once you already have the basics down, you should be fine. I'm using Code Academy and it's going really well so far. Nice. Okay. Yeah, that's also pretty cool. I started with them years back. I just looked at the basics, like the Hello World section, and I never continued from there. But it's definitely a good one. I know they have some really good paid courses as well. But for those that don't want to pay, Free Code Camp is pretty awesome. And I think Code Academy does have like an entire free section on JavaScript and a few other languages. They might have updated it since, I'm not sure. But yeah, that's pretty awesome. Yeah, if you have any questions or stuff on JavaScript, feel free to ask. I feel like I'm quite well versed in it now. Moving on to frameworks now, because I didn't want to move on to things like React until I fully understood JavaScript and the nuances around it and being able to handle things. So that was pretty important to me. Okay, so server responses, account creation failure, email appears invalid, password invalid, username. Okay, so those are the basics. So now we need to check against the server response. So in the user service, we're going to get a response. So register, then response. Wait, but it's going to be an error, isn't it? Because of the... Oh no, we lost everything now because I changed things. That's fine, that's fine. We need to import star as, what did I say? Server from constant server system, right. Oh no, I'm gonna use it as system. Well, no, I actually can do server. It doesn't matter what I call it. It's going to be server dot. Well, it depends how we're going to use it. Let's see now. User registration is down here. Catch error. I want to see something. So server dot server response dot. So we need to check for all of these things now. Oh, it's not going to be great. We'll have to figure out another way around. Okay, but it's going to be server.server response. So maybe we should have a server constant. Like server.response. Or we can have it in system, but I feel system is more about the local aspect. Because it wouldn't make sense if it was system dot server response, or maybe actually it would be because this is part of the system. Yeah, actually, you know what, let's leave it as system. I'll probably start asking a lot of stuff when I start JavaScript again. For now I'm just watching and sucking up the info. Alright, cool. Have you heard of React before? Okay, so React is basically a framework for JavaScript. It runs on JavaScript and a whole lot of other black magic, and it allows you to basically have cool apps that you can have up and running, in a matter of minutes. And it's very modular. Everything's based on kind of almost like a Lego block approach, where everything just like plugs into everything else. You create little snippets of code known as sorry, my mind is everywhere today. They're known as components or modules, but yeah, no, they're components. And you piece together these components to create a greater image. So for example, on our site we have this bar, this purple bar. That in and of itself is a component with the description. This menu, which doesn't function yet, is a component that's attached to this component. The login and sign up are individual components that bring up this menu, which is a component, and this sign up form, which is also a component. So do you see how I have this single component in here that has a login page, which is a component, a sign up, which is a component. So component inside of a component inside of another component, and that's kind of the beauty of it. So you can like abstract all your code into separate files and work on them individually. So they're decoupled, you can reuse them anywhere else. It's super useful. But yeah. Sorry, that's probably might be a bit confusing if you're still getting into JavaScript, but I remember when I was first writing JavaScript, I had like just hundreds, if not thousands of lines of code without like splitting them into files. And like if I look back now, I'm like, God, I could never work like that because it's so messy. Cool, no worries. Thanks for dropping by, Impulsivity. Hope you have an awesome one, and hopefully catch you around sometime. Good luck with the studies. Okay, so we have an error, and there's an error response, and I think we need error.response.data. That's what we need, not date, but data. There we go. So let's go do the sign up again, so we can start getting a response from the server. We're just gonna enter like any bits of information just to get a response from our server. Okay, user register failure. And that is, where's the response? There it is. So the status is a 422 with some data inside of it. You can see there it's an object. And if we look at the actual data, it's got a label and a description. So all we care about is the label. And if the label matches, what we have, then we know what to deal with. You know what I just realized now? Huh. Instead of having it like this, password invalid, we can match on that. For example, if error.response.data.label equal to password.invalid, then this should be the response. We could have a reason as well. Username invalid, but why? No, we can actually have that locally. So locally we can test for like if it's valid before we even send it off. I think this has to be done locally, the verification, before I even sign up. Because then that saves sending responses to the server. So on our form, sign up form, let's check with our server what the requirements are. Here. Username required, password required, email required. So we didn't actually have like the lengths or something. That's interesting. Lynn, hey, how are you doing? Are you back from school? Early stream today, right? I'm trying to like change things up a bit. I'm suffering, I'm not gonna lie. It's like my brain does not want to work. It's like I'm more awake at night, so I'm like really trying. Hmm. Yeah, it was just an introduction. Oh, right, yeah, that's always what. That's like university, right? Are you at university, Lynn? Because I usually have like introduction and stuff. Nothing really happens first day. Tomorrow it starts for real. Great, just before the weekend, right? Isn't that cool that they started like midweek? So you just have like 2 days to slog through, and then you have the weekend to kind of unwind and relax before the entire brutal week ahead. I could have sworn at some point I set like limits and stuff for username password, but we did it so long ago that now I can't even remember. But I'm pretty sure we said like, okay, usernames will only be like 24 characters or something max. Passwords need to be... Actually, yeah, because how else does it know that the password's invalid? Because is password valid? Password... Oh... We're doing it based on a... Oh... I don't know if I should trust this anymore. I remember now we're basing everything on regex. Between 1 and 40 for username. That might be a bit too much. And password is between 8 and 40 characters. And this should be at least one capital letter, one numerical, as one as one space. Okay, I guess we could just use the same regex, huh? Might as well. Because I was like, where did I have those numbers? And then you hear the Cloudflare scare. That was a tongue twister. Where everything went down because of a single regex. So it has me thinking now like, oh, do I want to trust, do I want to trust a regex? Because check this one for an email. Like, damn. Right? I'm not going to look at that again. But yeah, it should work for username. So let's start with username and take it from there. So I'm going to copy this regex for username. And we're going to stick it locally into a regex. I think I have a regex folder already. Didn't I? There's services, roots, reducers, constants, that's for Redux, helpers, because wait, this file is inside of regex, isn't it? Inside of helpers. Yeah, I'm going to do the same thing. Okay, so helpers, where's helpers? Helpers, new folder, regex, new file. What's this? Username dot js will return a valid. So we need to just do export default, I think. Export default username. There we go. I'm not in university. Okay. What are you in then? So this is A to Z, 0 to 9, 1 to 40. I wonder if 40 characters is too much. Because we also need to display it, don't we? Yeah, we do. How many characters is this? 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. 24 characters. I don't know what the English word for it is. Okay, is it like a college? Is it like after school? Like normal school? Like after high school? Yeah, after high school. Oh, okay, nice. Nice. And did I ask you what you were doing, by the way, like what you were studying? Because I know Arakan said he was doing computer science. I guess we could do 32 characters. 32, and how about 64 for the password? So double that for the password instead of 40. I'm in my 3rd year now, which is my last. I'm studying IT, but it's not that specialized. Okay. That's pretty cool. And do you have any idea what you want to do, Lynn? Or are you just going to take it as it comes, like just focus on your studies and afterwards decide? I think I'm going to study computer science at university, but I'm not sure. Okay. It's a lot of things. That sounds like fun. Now I need to figure out where we're going to do this validation of the sign up. If I should just have it on the sign up form. I guess we could, just like inside of a use effect, huh? Let's try that. And later on we could decide. So I guess we need a length. If values.username less than what are we gonna do a minimum of? 3 characters? Values.username, I guess .length, because it's a string. Less than 3, or values.username.length greater than 32, I think we said, right? Then we need to do set an error for that specific one. Because I think we could set an error state for it. Yeah, we can. Values.error, I think .password. Oh no, error password. Do we have an error right now? We have an error, and now we can have an error password, which is by default just going to be an empty string, and then we just set error password. So we need to use set values for that to update it. So that's going to be copy values and then set error password to your username needs to be between less than 3, so 3 and 32 characters. There. Otherwise, what was the otherwise? Wait, let's remove the else for now and let's just see if that works. Oops, wrong one. This one. And then this is based on values.username. Cool. So theoretically this should be working now. We didn't even need to use our regex yet, because obviously we could just use length. If it's a string it has access to the length. Oh, but it starts off in an error state, so we need to fix that. Okay, that's weird. Why didn't that... Why is it just in a constant error state? And why is there no error? Oh. Okay, I see what the problem is. That is not the droid we were looking for. We need helper text. So let's go look up helper text real quick. Input. Let's look at input. And let's look at the API for it. I think it's input, or it could be text field. One of the two. I think it's text field. What are we using? Text field, yeah. Let's look at the API for text field. There is error. So that's just true or false. Okay, so that's the first thing we messed up. Secondly, we need, I think it says form helper text props. Props apply to the form helper text element. I see. So it, okay. So these are the props that you pass into it. Form helper text props and a helper text. So error, true or false. Where's the helper text props? Oh, there it is. Okay, so I want to test something real quick. We're going to add this to our pass username one. Okay, now hold on. These are the two that we need. There you go. And also required true. That's the form helper text props, and then the helper text is values dot error password. There you go. And then the error is based on, where's error? Did we have an error here? Error, there you go. Values dot, no? There we go. Okay, we obviously need to change these things, but that's kind of what it will look like. Your username needs to be between 3 and 32 characters. This is looking good so far. So if it's any less, then we obviously change the error state. So what we need, 1 is an error state for that specific one. 2, we need the error state's message. Yeah, that's just it. 1 and 2. Okay, so error password, that's the state, and error password message. There you go. Those are the two that we need. And then this set to error password message. So if values.username less than 3 and values.username length greater than 32, we need to set error password message as well as error password to true. Like so. So error password is true, error password message is set to that. Great. Then on the form itself, form helper text props, variant outlined, error true, required true. Instead of error true, this needs to be values dot password, what did we call it? Values dot, oh right, values dot error password, and that's the error state. And then the helper text is values dot error password message. There we go. Phew. Okay. And error is based on, again, values dot error password. We might not need the other one, but let's see. That should be it. Wait, we have an error? Unexpected token where? Line 40. What did I miss? Did I forget? Oh, I did. Okay. That should be it. Okay, it starts off in an error state though. That's not good. I think we need to add a check for that. It's also not updating. Why? Use effect values.username. Set values, and it's based on values.username. So it should be updating. Oh, I think it's because we're not removing it. That's why. If else, this is where we need to clear the errors basically. Error password set to false, error message set back to an empty string, like so. Hey! That's so cool! So if I start typing and it goes over 32, your username needs to be between, yeah, perfect, so that works. Beautiful. Next is, what's next? Oh yeah, let's fix the fact that it starts in an error state. And why would that be? Because use effect fires off immediately. I guess it should be on change maybe. Instead of, like, you kind of want it on use effect, because that's kind of like an on change. It monitors this value. Oh, you know what we can do to check if it's not null. Because initially values dot username. We could set it to null instead of a string. I think that would be a good option, because then once you add something it becomes a string. So let's set it to null first. So then, though I think we're going to get an error like this. Pretty sure we'll get an error. Yeah. That's why we do values.username not equal to null, and wait, will this go to the second one? Because the and. I wonder if I could do it like this. I can't remember. Yeah, that should work. Because now it's not going to try to fire off. Because by default it's null, but the moment I add something, then it will trigger. And it will stay triggered until you correct it. Yeah, perfect. So you sign up, initially everything is fine, it's null, so it's not going to do the check. You start typing something in, you trigger it. And if you try to clear it back, it's not going to go to the untriggered state because, well, it's currently invalid. Yeah, that's perfect. That's how it should be. The next thing is to make sure it's only alphanumeric, and that's where our regex comes in. Man, I think we're going to need like a whole different function or something, because this is going to get massive. Because this is just for username needs to be between 3 and 32 characters. So it's either we do it locally and we save our server like requests, or we handle it server side, wait for the server response, and then serve that, which might be a bit delayed. I feel personally it's better to handle everything client side. And obviously still have it verified server side, but just you know, to save on the requests. So essentially I'm going to need another if else in here. Oh man, what a mess. Now we're checking for, we need to import the regex. Import, I forgot what it was called, username. I don't think I can use a username. Can I use username? Can I? Yeah, we should be able to. Username from. Where is it now? It's deeply nested, isn't it? It's in helpers, regex, username. Come on, show up. There you go. Cool. And then we use username as a find. Where's my first if else? This one. If values.username not equal to null, and if I remember correctly, we were using .test, the username. Wait, what are we testing against? The value? Yeah. So username.test values dot. Was it values or value? No, it was values dot username. There you go. And not. Wait, is it double? We were doing not username.test. Yeah. Your username can only contain alphanumeric characters. Okay, so if we add a special character into it, it should show that message up now. The fuck? Your username can... Oh, did I get it the wrong way around? Is it the opposite? I'm flipping it, aren't I? I thought not will make a false... Let's check something quickly. Bob.test cat should be false. Okay, so bob.testCat, what happened? Why was it doing this now? Oh, because we don't have a colon. Because this should be false. No? Let's look at test quickly. Test JavaScript. No, now it's going to show me everything for test. Never mind. W3 schools on top of it. This is why I love them. So pattern.test, the string. Okay, so it's a regex pattern. That's why it didn't work. So it should return a true if it finds a match, otherwise it returns false. And then the not operator okay, so let me just double check something. The not operator, not false should be false, and not true should be true. So what if it returns false and you go not false? Oh, because it's finding it, that's why. So if values.username not equal to null and not username.test, so it's going to test our username, which has an, let's say, a character we don't want in there. And if it finds it, it will be true. So not true. So essentially it's if not null and true. Oh, I see. So we can't do the double not. Oh, because I was doing is username valid. That's why I was doing not. Okay, so I need just one of them. There we go. That will solve that problem. Okay, so everything is going great until you hit that exclamation. Your username can only contain alphanumeric characters. Then you're like, oh, okay, sorry. Everything's fine. I just realized now why when we have less than 2 is it not triggering. Do you see it? What the hell? Now it's not triggering the other one, why? Oh, is it because of the else? It's probably because of the else, isn't it? Okay. I've got a solution. We don't have an else. We have that on a whatchamacallit? Hold on. I think I broke something. I might have broken something. We have that on an on change. So when something changes, then we can remove errors for that specific one. Because I think this is going to break it. There we go. So that should solve that first issue now. So enter D between 3 and 32, enter exclamation. There you go. Remove the D. Okay, but obviously it's not gonna, remove the error yet, but that solves the very first issue we had. Okay, cool. Now we need to figure out how to clear the errors, but only once you're changing specifically the username. And we don't want the else here, because the else obviously triggers. There could be an else if we just chain them. Maybe that's a better option, and then we have an else. Yeah, okay, cool. So this becomes an else if attached to there. And then the final else is if none of these go through, then it ends with that. 2 birds with 1 stone. So now needs between 3 and 32. Your username can only contain alphanumeric characters. I think we need to put the alphanumeric one first so it shows first, because that can be triggered beforehand. Not that it really matters, but I think it would be better. Yup! Are you like agreeing to me by using... I'm using that for validation. Oh, using object schemas. Okay. Yeah, it would seem cool if I had a like schema or something, which I don't have. It's like very simple, we have like 2 fields. And because I have a regex, I don't need all of these things. My one regex will be able to tell everything. If it's not between X and Y and Z and whatever, then it's invalid. But yeah, this is otherwise pretty cool. I think if I had a more complex setup, or maybe I'm not, seeing everything yet, but between 3 and 32 is covered by dot length. And if it's not alphanumeric, it's covered by our regex. So is there any other case that I'm missing? We've got the length, we've got the validity. What more is there, you know what I mean? I think that's just 2. It needs to be valid, and it needs to be between the certain characters. What else can there be in a username, you know what I mean? And then I said we should switch these, shouldn't we? So that the if here needs to come to the if over here, and then we take this away and we stick it there. Oh shit. We need to also change the messages, don't we? Like so, and like so, and like so. There. Is that all? Is that how to swap? I think, yeah. I think so. Now it should work in the order that I wanted it to work. So if it's less than 3 and 32, it triggers. If I had to add a special character, it should change. There you go. Your username can only contain alphanumeric characters. Great. Sweet! And I think we should remove autofill. Because that's annoying. I don't know. There's some places you want autofill, but I don't think you want autofill there, do you? Oh, and you can set autofocus to true. That's kind of what you want, don't you? Because if I don't have that set up now, what happens? Ah, we're going to make ours be awesome. So we're going to set autofocus to true for the username part. Autofocus, true. Oh, you can't have it set like that? Okay, there you go. So now when we go to register, it's already ready. Sweet! What else? Default value, no. Error. Is it going to be an error? Oh, we already know that. Disabled, form, helper. Is there something in here? Disabled? Error, fold, focused, required. Do we have required set to true, by the way? For... yeah, we do. Okay, what else? Input ref, label, margin, multiline name, on change. On change. I wonder if we... cause, yeah, but I mean use state is fine, we're already using it. Placeholder. Required. Okay, what was I looking for? Autocomplete, but I was hoping this would be true or false. Following the specification. Let's try it out and see. I don't understand what it means. Autocomplete equal to apparently a string, like so. Will it just give me an option to select between those two? Is that what it means? Let's find out. No, I don't see those shipping things or whatever. Section. Oh, I was supposed to type section. No, I don't see it. I was hoping to have an autocomplete turn off, because that's what I want. I want to turn off autocomplete. Autofocus. Oh, it's autocomplete. Default value. Disabled error forward helper text ID input label input label margin multi-line. We're looking for something that's disable autofill. If it's not a standard thing here, then we can just add it based on the spec. That's a pity. Let's see what auto. Oh, that's autocomplete. That's what they're referring to. Okay. Form disable autofill. Okay, so just autocomplete equal to off. That's all. That's all we need to set apparently. Autocomplete off. Let's see if that works. No, it's still showing. Material UI disable autofill. I thought we could pass it as a prop. Input props. Oh. Wait, what? Autocomplete off. What? Okay. So that was confusing if it's that. Oh, it is that. Sweet. What do you know? I wonder if we should have autocomplete for email. I don't think we should. Disable autocomplete for all of them. Password, everything. I mean, by default it should be off for the password. There you go. So username is covered now. And then if it's valid, I want it to be can we have an icon or something to show that it's valid? Like a tick mark inside of it. Let's look at their examples. Ah, here we go. Icons can be specified as prepended or appended. Because I kind of want the icon on this side, and then have it like a check mark if it's correct. Do I want it inside the form though? Yeah, we can. Why not? Let's look at this example if there's a way. We want to look at the third example, the one that says with a grid. So this one. Oh, okay, I see what they meant by grid. So if I just switch these around and put the text field up there and then the icon afterwards, we should get what we want. We should be able to use that right now actually. I don't think there's anything specific. We just need a grid container and a grid item basically. So here, and then where it says text field, for our obviously text field, we just replace their text field with our text field, and then we stick this afterwards, like so. And then we need grid. We need to import grid from the core. There we go. So now we should have grid. And we should have text field, yeah. Now we should have, we just don't have our count circle. That's an icon. I think we could just have it there, like so. Yeah, should be okay. Let's have a look. Oh. Okay. Not quite. not quite what I was looking for. It needs to be full width. And this needs to be up there. Why is it below it now? Grid. Then grid item. Okay, I see, because we didn't close this grid here. That would help, wouldn't it? I'm glad it was a small thing. I'm hoping it's that, because otherwise, yeah, that will suck. Yeah, I mean, yeah, kind of. We just need the grid to be full width now. And this needs to be... If I do a line item center, I think that should give me what I want. That should center the icon in the middle. Hopefully. Yeah, cool. Now we just need to increase the spacing and we need to make the entire thing full width. Which it's not currently. Let's go look at grid quickly. Grid, there it is. Please tell me there's a full width option, the same as the others. XS12, yeah. Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong thing. I need the API. I was like, what? Direction, item. Justify LG. Define the number of grids a component is going to use. It's applied for LG breakpoint wider screens if not overridden. Oh, I see. Spacing, wrap, extra large, extra small, 0 min width. But I'm so confused. Where's the one that allows to have full width? So I just said SM to 12 or something? Because what's the issue right now? It's not using it full width. I mean it is, and that's the weird part. Or rather, that grid is using that much, this grid is using that much, instead of using more than it needs to. Huh. So full width is not applying to the grid. So it's already, it is fine, if you check here. It is using the full amount that it needs, the grid. Maybe we need to remove full width and see what happens there. It fixed at least the spacing, but the issue now is it's not using as much as it needs to. I think we need something like flex. There's something to do with flex, I'm pretty sure. The align contents, stretch. Align content. Default is stretch. Do we have align content right now? Grid. Align items is center. Let's set it to stretch, even though it's like default set to stretch. I'd rather just, you know, set it. Because then that should hopefully do what I think it's gonna do. Stretch the content. Oh, we have an error. Did we have an error? No, we're fine. Okay, that's not, yeah, that's not stretching it. No. And that is set to grid, not grid item. Align content stretch. I just realized that there's also one for align items. So if I don't set these, they default to stretch. Let's see what happens. Okay, that's not really stretch, is it? Okay, so this is not what we're looking for. The next thing is to figure out There should be like a grow option, just like in flex, grow or shrink. Let's go check the demos out again. The column widths apply at all breakpoints, i.e. XS and up. XS equal to 12, and XS is an option, right? XS defines the number of grids the component... Wait, that's on a grid. Oh, and these are grid items. I'm being so dumb. So if I just do XS 9 for that, and XS 3 for that, because it takes up a total of 12, right? So 12 is full width. So if I do 9 for the password, 3 for the icon, 9 plus 3 is 12. Quick maths. Does that mean... Well... I think we're missing full width from our username now. If I just maybe add full width back to this. Maybe? Maybe, just maybe? Yes! That's working. Okay, cool. Whew, that took me a while, but I think we need to do more, like 10. The icon doesn't need, or actually 11. It doesn't need that much. Like, screw the icon. The icon can just take 1. I wonder what happens if it's not equal, like what we're doing now. 11 plus 3, because that obviously isn't valid. Okay, it just wraps it over. So let's set it to 11 plus 1, which is 12. That is so cool. I don't have to like mess around with anything. There you go. Perfect. And there's the icon. Okay, so I only want the icon to show when it's valid. That was my plan. So like have a ching check mark. We need to know what the icons are now. I don't know what the icons are. What would that be under? Oh, also feedback. That's the other thing I was thinking of, like progress. Not feedback, dialogue maybe? No, it wasn't a dialogue, it was progress. Like I want there to be a progress bar that like fills up the stronger your password is, if that makes sense. But not like a query. And it's not really a progress bar, it's just like a static like bar. So it shouldn't be loading, if that makes sense. It should just be, we might have to create our own version. Oh, here you go, there is a static. Oh, there is a static. So instead of a yeah. Instead of a static circular, is there a linear? No, not linear. There's this one. Border linear. Because I want this one, whatever this one is. And then based on the progress I want to change the color, but that's optional. Let's go find the icons. Icons, there you go. Oh no, it's material icons, isn't it? There we go. We want a success. Is there like a success? A tick or a check mark? Yeah. There's a circle check. Which one do we want to go with? We could do a circle check. And then what is like an error? Yeah, because that's circular. So if that's going to be circular, then our check should be circular as well. So let's do check circle. So we need check circle icon. Check circle icon. And we also need error. Whatever was error. That was just error icon. Error icon. There you go. And then for... instead of account circle, it's checks. And then we can have conditional rendering for this. That's actually pretty sweet. Wait, check circle icon is not exported from Material UI icons. It's not? Where are you imported from? You're imported from icons, but then where's the check? You're imported from Material UI. Really? Really? Oh, I hate when they're not from the same place. It looks like the same, isn't it? Material UI, icons, check circle. Oh, because it's check circle. That's why. Check circle has several options probably, doesn't it? And check circle icon. Well, actually, maybe it's just called check circle and not icon. Let's try. Instead of check circle icon, let's do check circle. See what happens. I don't know why they added icon to it. Maybe there's a reason. We'll find out now. Is that it? Oh, you get two turned. And they're sharp. But I prefer the rounded one. That's crazy how it's all done through JavaScript. Okay, let's just double check that I can't import it directly. Apparently I might be able to. Let's test. Check circle rounded. Okay, no it's not. Why didn't it complain about it? It's not imported from there. Not exported. Import check circle rounded icon. Otherwise we can just use check circle, which is obviously imported from there. Okay, so there's that now. It looks a bit better. I wonder if I can add a class name to it. I should be able to. And then let's just do classes dot success, and then success is just where's success classes? Success is basically going to be the same as our snack bar. Where's our snack bar? Snack bar, background color. And then we need to import green still. Cool, that should be it. Then if I do dot success, our icon should be green. Not quite. The background is green. How did they fold this though? Let's look at icon. I think the icon API is the one we want. Classes, color. Oh, there we go. Primary, secondary, action error disabled. Damn it. Okay, so color. Let's try action, whatever action is. That might be the standard. Because I know error will be red. That looks grey. That's weird. And this needs to be conditionally rendered. So values dot username not equal to null, and values dot error. Was it error? No, values dot username. No, we had an error. What was it called? Values dot error password. Why is it giving us an error? Values dot error password. And not values dot error password. Then it should conditionally render this. Whew. Okay, so we should have nothing now. And then if you enter something that's correct, it gets rendered. Okay, cool. The only thing I don't like now is obviously that empty space. Unless we had a label here at the top, username, and the check mark, and then the username field that takes up all 12. That could potentially be an option. I think it will look a bit better. But then we can't use text field. Because text field is basically a short form of all the things that you might have. Labels, IDs, everything. And we obviously still have that issue. So I really like the feedback of that. I really do. But it's just this that's annoying. Can we do conditional rendering on the grid size? Can we? Yeah, that would be too complicated. Grid item would be 12 if there's no error or like information. Otherwise 11. And then the other one would be 1. I think I know what the issue is, actually. Because we're conditionally rendering the icon. What if we conditionally render the thingy? The grid itself. If we conditionally render the grid... Oh, that won't make a difference at all, actually. Because it will still be 12. I mean, it will still be 11. And we can set it to 12, but then that will be pushed to the next line. And we could have this value be based off of a state value. If there's an error, set it to that plus, you know. That is a potential workaround. But I'm just worried that could mess up like somewhere quite big. I'd rather hard code it, because that's something you kind of want fixed. So let's go back to having it rendered as such. So the other solution I said was have the label for the form plus the item on its own line, and then underneath that the text, obviously input. So then instead of using text field is composed of smaller components: form control, input, fold input, input label, outlined input, and form helper text that you can leverage directly. Here's just plain input. How can we get this one to display? This is just purely... Oh, it's just purely an input. Okay, let's look at input and see if it has everything that we need. It has autocomplete, which we need, autofocus, which we need. It has error, it has full width, it has ID. Does it have helper props? It has adornment, which we also needed. But I don't see it having the helper prop that we need. Because we need this one, form helper text. See, this is the benefit of using text field. It does all of this for us. Ah, it's annoying. What is our other option? I didn't read the documentation at first. I used the form control thing, and when I was done with that I realized I could just use text field. Right? Text field's amazing. The only problem now is you can see the issue I'm having. Unless I could somehow tell it not to have a label, because right now all I want is for it to not have that. I think that's a placeholder or something, right? If I remove the placeholder, maybe it won't do that? Well, what is it? Is it the label? I think it's the label, right? Let's see what happens if I remove label. Because if I can remove that... Wait, no, I don't think that will help me. I will remove that, but we still wanted... Oh yeah, it is that. Yeah, remove the label, then put a label on top of it. Yeah. Okay, cool. So it's just label. So now all we need is a label. Input label. So literally just input label. And then disabled, no error, no, we don't need that, required, we don't need any of that. So just label. Okay, so I need to import that from here. Input there. Cool. So then we go to this. So here, grid item, I think. So we need a new grid item xs equal to 11. And that's going to be called, oh fuck, then we need an input label. And this needs to say username, like so. And then we need another grid for the icon, which comes out of here and goes to there, I think, right? So 11 and 1. One, two, and then this is just 12. That should be it, I think. So if I didn't mess up now, we should have exactly what I wanted. Yeah, there you go. Except that needs to be aligned to the left, obviously. And yeah, so left align it. I think we need bottom left align or something, huh? Let's look at grid, the grid API. You need align content and align items. So align, I don't know what, I think it's this one. And then flex start. That will be for the label. So where is it? Grid item here. Align items equal to flex start. That should theoretically be it. No? Oh, it's because of that grid, isn't it? Wait, what if we don't have anything on it? What if we remove that completely? What then? Still not? Maybe instead of align items, it's align content? Is it contents? Or content? Align content. No, still centered. Weird. Now, which one is it? Is it justify? Do I have to test all of this? It's like flex all over again. Let's do justify, flex start. Because I'm not sure which one is making it center right now. I want it to be there. Oh, I just realized another thing. I've been editing it there when I should probably be editing it there. No, so it's not that. Let's just try align content one more time. And if it's not that, then I'm gonna have to create two different grids. The one grid is the label, and the other grid is the, yeah. You'd think it would be a bit easier to customize, don't you? Oh wait, let's try this. Direction row, justify, flex start. See, this is what we want. Flex start, align items, flex end. Let's just chuck it onto here maybe. It's still doing that. So weird. Oh, notice how afterwards, when there's two of them, then it goes down. Do you see that? Wait, the whole thing goes down actually. Oh, never mind. The error message has to go. What's going on? Okay. If that's not gonna work, then like I said, we need to close the grid here, like so, and then we need to open a new grid, which is align items center, I think it was. Just that. And then let's see how that goes. What? Why? Why are you centered? That makes no sense. Oh wait, does input label have something to do with it as well? Input label, no, it doesn't look like it. But I wonder if I can apply a class to it and then text align left it. But I'm pretty sure it's got something to do with the grid. And right now we have it as row, obviously. Flex. This doesn't matter where it, no, it does. The justify matters. Flex start. The align items doesn't really matter. That can be centered. I wonder if it's because of container. What does container do again? Container is, if true, the components will have the flex container behavior. Oh, I think we need that. Okay, that's probably why. So let's hoy these in there, and wait, it already is set to container. Ah, it's annoying. Why do you do this to me? Okay, it's at least centered now, which is fine between these two, but this... Wait, it should have... Let's look at the input label. There's the input label. That is the grid over here. So flex grow is 0. And if I set this to text align left, why does that work? Do you see? Text align left. That works. Oh, here, hold on. There. This. There's an overwrite on MUI typography. Text align center. It's inherited from auth tab panel sign up. Oh yeah, that's the current one we're working on. So MUI topography, there's some kind of topography going on. It might be specifically from input label that's setting it to center. So let's find the one that has typography. Okay, it's still that one. Interesting. There it is. It's this one. This one is setting it. So the entire auth tab panel sign up. So it's in the tab itself. It's this one. Auth tab panel sign up. Auth tab panel sign up. It's that one. So this one has the class attached to it. Classes.root. What is in root? FlexGrow 1. No, it's not this one. Typography. Align center. That's it. So if I had to remove that, but obviously it's going to break other things now. But that is probably what was breaking it. Actually, it doesn't seem to have broken anything. The only issue I have now is that this needs to be one in. But yeah, removing that center seems to have fixed it. I don't know what else it might affect, but it doesn't matter because in this form we need everything to be left aligned. Okay, so I found the culprit. Whew. Let's go back to sign up. So this is spacing 1. We need to attach something to where the label is. So here's the label. Label username. It needs to have the same spacing as the rest. Classes.root. Oh no, it's not that. Could be margin. It could actually be margin, very well margin. So let's add margin to it. To text field, yeah, I think it's that. And then let's look at the API for input label, because I'm pretty sure it has a class. It has classes, but we could also just directly attach class name to it, so that should be fine. And then if we look now, yeah, beautiful, because it uses a 1-to-1 margin. It's now perfectly aligned. Yay! Okay, this is what I wanted, except this thing now needs to be... There's so many things! This has to be at the end now, but it is left aligned. Oh no. How do we... This is gonna like drive me crazy, isn't it? Crazier than normal. Because this has to be at the end. And if we do right align, then the username is going to come over here. There has to be something in the grid. Align items. Align items flexed end. Let's try that for this one. Flex end. Please be what we need you to be. Because then that should align the icon to the end of its grid. Nope, so it's not align item. Let's try align contents. Try them all. Nope. The only thing left is justify. So we've tried all three alignments and it's not affecting it at all. Because we needed this flex end. That should have done that. And for that it should have been justify flex end. If we did grid, container, direction. Oh yeah, that's obviously if it was. So if we remove container off of this. Let me just test something. If we remove container. It did something now. Because container means apply it to the whole thing. But now why is it over there? It might be that. Flex start. Nope. I just realized that the justify is what is forcing it to start on the left. Flex start, yeah. Wait, what if we do this on flex end? That means the username is going to go all the way to the right, isn't it? No, it doesn't. It's not even affecting it. What? How does that work? Let me test something. Flex start doesn't change anything. Flex center doesn't change anything. And there's nothing. There's 3 flex ends. Huh. It is part of this grid though, so let's see. So line item center does center it between the two. So that does work. Justify content. Flex end does nothing, okay. Align content. That also does nothing. And flex end for that. I think it should be flex end for line items. And let's do justify items. That doesn't change it. And justify content. That doesn't change any of those. Good to know. Align content. Okay, it doesn't change any of that. Weird. Why don't you want to behave and go right to the end like a good boy? Okay, how does the spacing work? Oh, that's just the spacing between them if they were together. What if I... no spacing. But that shouldn't be the issue. And if I have it to flex end like I wanted to, with center, we'll actually flex end so it's at the bottom. The only problem is then everything goes to the right. Okay, let's see if that even works to begin with. No. What? That is so weird. They're all set to flex end. But it's like, again, they're not being affected. There's something preventing it from going to the right. Okay, so we know the reason for that one is because it's on the left, 11. And here's the label for it, cool. And then you got the 1. And these things do nothing for it. Oh, apparently it does. Okay, cool. And it can't be that. And it has that much space. So it's not that either. There's something else. There's a lot of padding. See that? And why is that now? 24 pixel line height. Could it be the line height? No, it's not the line height. It's not any of the grid items, which is so weird. Oh, there you go. It's the flex basis. It's the flex basis that was doing that. But even then, the grid only... Okay, now that that's resolved, then where's the entire grid? This one. There you go. Okay, that was it. And then what's the other one? Flex center. Wasn't the other one? It was when they're equal, space evenly. Space between. That one. Yeah, space between. So if we space between it, and we need to remove the... What was it that I said it was? It was the flex grow. The flex grow needs to go, and then space evenly it. Because it's the flex grow that's causing that issue for the icon. Okay, so space evenly first of all. Oh no, was it space between now? Space between, never mind. So space between. like that, and flex end like that. So I want it to look like this. Cool. And then I shouldn't need any of this, in theory. Is that flex end? Because that does not look like flex end. Oh no, it is flex end, okay. But there is still a grow set to it. So there must be an API to disable grow. Let's look. Okay, and if I don't have it set to container, what happens then? Because you should be wrapping items with container, they said. I just want to test this, so if that's the thing causing the issue. Okay, it's not. Okay, cool. Okay, so wrap it in a container, justify... Wait, what if it's spacing that's doing that? Gotta test everything, you know? No, it's not spacing. So space between and flex end. Come on. I wanted to see if this had any effect on it, the flex end part. I doubt it, but... Yeah, so there you go, remove the flex basis. Someone must have asked this question before. Oh, there is a flex box instead of grid. Wonder what the difference is. How's it different to grid? Because then we could use this instead of... because then we have more power. Because there's flex grow and flex shrink, we have everything we need. Why isn't that part of it by default? Quickly manage the layout, alignment and sizing of grid columns. So box, display. Seems to have way more power. And it doesn't use the grid system. It's just box. I think I'll be more familiar with this. So let's see, how can we convert it? We just change it all to box. We'll have to see if spacing still exists. So you have a box, display is set to flex, and then you have a box inside of the other box. Okay, let's look at the API. I mean, we could try it, right? You need to set width to 100%. I wonder what P is though. P equal to 1. What is P? Because I see it in all of the examples. I wonder if they document it. No, they don't. So what the hell is P? Is that just... Is that something internal? P. But yeah, anyway, all we need is box, display equal to flex. That's the bare minimum that we need, and then the content. So let's give it a try. Convert this grid to box. So display flex. Oh, I think I just realized now the difference. When you have the grids, they get cut up where you could specify, you know, this thing is worth 11 parts and this is, you know, worth 1, and in total they make up 12. Flex is a little bit different. It's not going to work based on the grid system. Look at all these processes now. Damn. Okay. Let's close all of these real quick. Okay, let me sort this out real quick. Hmm. So yeah, like I was saying, we can have the box, but then we don't have the grid layout anymore, which is very flexible and allows us to have different things on different devices. So I can understand why it's different now. Hmm. How do we resolve this? Okay, I think I've got everything I need now. Okay. I can't seem to get the flex to display, but that's fine. We'll have to rework the grid. I'm just going to take a quick 5-minute break, and then I'll continue. So I'll see you guys in 5 minutes. Be right back. Alright, we're back. There's another downside to using just the text field without without a label. It's that it's set to described by username helper text, but username helper text doesn't exist. This is a helper text that is described by if there's an error. That's only if there's an error. It's described by that. And let's see what happens now. Oh, I see the described by gets removed if there's no error. It gets added only afterwards. So they actually thought about that. The only thing is you won't know what it is. Username. You know, unlike this. Where we had a field set. Wait, was it this one? Yeah, it was this one. Label. For email. That's the only downside to this. Well, actually we can add a for, can't we? Also, where'd my music go? There it is. So let's look at input label. Is there a for option to specify what it's for? No, there isn't. Oh, we could just add a for, I think. You literally just do for. And then specify what it is. Yeah. So where we have username, input label, for, that is username, right? That should be it. So that should add the for that we wanted. So now if we go look at username, it should say for username. Why is it disabled though? Oh, that's for the login though, that's why. Oh, that sucks. When you say 4, it goes to the previous one because we have them on 2 tabs. Oh, that sucks big time. I didn't even think about that. So if you have 2 tabs like that, even though one is only technically active, the 4 label would describe the previous. Oh no. In that case, it's probably better having the 4 disabled, huh? Unless there's a specific way to target it, but I don't think there is. Ay, ay, ay. That's fine. We'll work around that. Okay, so what we need to resolve right now is what was I gonna say? What was it that was broken? This being on the end. And it's because of flex bases. MEI grid X1. It has a flex basis of 8 point. Actually, that makes sense why it's there. Maybe if we add the min width to it. There was that property for the min width. Let's go check at the grid API. Maybe if we add that. Where was it? 0 min width. Set that to true. I want to see if that changes anything. Please. Nope. What about 0 min width set on the actual one that's causing issues? Nope. So let's just ensure. Okay, so it's definitely setting it to flex end. It is doing that. We know it's doing that. The issue is the fact that inside the container for the icon, there's a lot of extra space. And that is caused by flex bases. We know this because if we remove flex bases, suddenly everything is fine. And I'm worried about doing a hacky way where we just override this. So there has to be a better option here. And my solution was going to use Flexbox. Because Flexbox that implementation might not be the same because they're using flex bases. So 8.33, where the other one will be, you know, like 91.777, I'm guessing. Let's check the flex basis for username. If it's even using one. Yeah, there you go, 91.66667. Yeah, so it's not that. This is a tricky one because it needs the flex basis to know what percentage of the grid to use. So obviously 11 would use X amount. So it's not really that then. The issue then falls more with the icon. The icon is... it's there. You know what I just realized? What is it? Align content. Align items. Okay, that doesn't change anything. Justify content. No. Justify items. No. Because I was gonna say if I can actually align that inside of it, because you see all the space. If I could put the icon at the bottom right, this wouldn't be an issue. See there, end. Justify content is all you would need. And obviously display flex. So display flex plus justify content end would solve that issue that we have right now. I'm gonna see if I can add it anywhere else. Oh, that's sucks. So when we turn it into a flex, then obviously it works. So the grid container is a flex, but the items are not. So is the solution here to put a grid in a grid? Is that what we need to do? And I wonder what will happen if we turn it into a container. Will it like break the other stuff? It was align content, I think it was. And we can remove zero and width. Let's see if that works. Let me just figure out which one it was. I might need to put in a grid. So grid item. See how that pans out. Nope. Well, what if we had a grid item, and then inside of that, we had a grid. Like so. Which is a container. No spacing. Do something crazy like that. I'm gonna figure it out. Because it's literally just nesting. Okay, let's see what this is starting to look like now. Okay, so that is the icon. That is... There you go. There you go. That was it. That was literally it. Wherever there's space between, it's this one. Justify, flex end. Skylar, hey! How are you doing? What a mission. But you managed to join me, Skylar, right as I managed to solve this annoying problem. So align items. Do we need align items? Let's find out. I think we might need to. Do we need it? I think it's inheriting from the previous one. Looks like it is. Yeah, it is. Not so bad on you? Yeah, no. Doing good. Just sorting out the sign up page now. Have you made any updates to your little game since last we saw it? Because I'm pretty curious for that one. Beautiful. I'm just trying to get rid of all the stuff that we don't need. So that's for that. And what about align items? Flex end? Nope. How about align content? Flex end? Nope. So space between allows us... Okay, well that doesn't affect that anymore. And then flexed end allows us to put it at the bottom. Beautiful. No. And what if I do this on center? Maybe it should be center instead. Yeah, let's do it on center. Justify space between align item center. A Raspberry Pi cloud-based storage system. Whoa, that's what you've been doing? I actually decided to put down on hold and try something a little more functional. A Raspberry Pi cloud-based storage system. Nice. So you create a little device and then other devices will connect to it and store items. That sounds like fun. And how's that been going so far? I want to see if I omit spacing, if that will solve the one issue we had. Not quite. It's not going right to the edge as you would expect it to. So here's the grid. Interesting. I wonder why this one is so wide now. See that? That's bizarre. Yeah, there's way too much spacing on that. I wonder if it was the spacing on that one. That... No, it's not the spacing. It's actually pretty simple. I'm just waiting for the hard drives to show up. Okay, nice. Sounds like a lot of fun, to be honest. I think there shouldn't be any spacing here. I think that's what's causing the issue for this one to be so wide. Let's give this a try. No, it's still so wide. Why? Oh, did we apply... Maybe we need to apply the margin to this. Because we did apply classes.margin to the text field. Do I have to apply it to the grid as well, I wonder? Let's find out. No, it just pushes it. Hold on. That looks right. It's just being pushed off. I think if we apply it there, we can remove it here. I think it needs to be applied to the grid. If I'm not mistaken, that looks about right. Yeah, there you go. Cool. Oh my god, now this thing is off. No! Are you telling me this whole time it was literally just because of classes.margin? You gotta be shitting me, right? Wow. Okay. So you telling me that we can just go ahead and get rid of this now? And it should be on the edge. I mean, kinda. Not really, but kinda. Because it still goes a bit off. Would obviously depend on how it looks like on mobile devices and stuff. Let's actually have a look. Yeah, no, then it goes way off. Whoa. I think we need to apply that margin to this grid as well. Same thing as we did to the other one. For each grid item. As opposed to the other way. Oof. Now it wraps. We're gonna have to definitely worry about mobile devices later, huh? Because it looks great on, you know, PC. Larger devices. It's either we add it to that or we add it to the entire grid. I'm not quite sure yet. Let's keep trying. No. Okay, so what happened when I had it like this? Oh, then it works. That is so weird. Huh, so when I have it like this, it works on mobile. Okay, so another benefit to using this. It works perfectly on mobile. Look at that. We just have to then change it from flex end to something else. I'm not quite sure what we would use, because you can't really use center, because I'll put it there, and you can't use... Wait, so... What? Flex end is there. Flex start pushes it out even further. So flex start brings it in, but on mobile, for some reason, it pushes it out. What? What? Okay, so the only question now is why? Why is it all the way there? So center puts it there. What are our other options? Okay, so it's not align contents. I think it was align items that we used. No, it was justify. Yeah, justify content. So end looks like the best option. But it's very much outside of the scope of these. So it's not quite perfect like this one. Wait, and if it's... Wait, center works. Center works perfectly for this, but I think on mobile it doesn't. Ah, center makes it worse on mobile. Why you do this? It's so weird how the breakpoints work. Because it's like worse on mobile, perfect on, you know. The other thing I think it might be is... Wait, that's XS1, that's X... We have... This is the one that's 12. So if I remove classes.margin from this, maybe... I do have the margin on the username. There's that, of course. So maybe I should be adding class name to the grid container here. Or no, to the check circle. Like so. Maybe that'll push it in. Oh, it did! It actually did. Okay. Perfect. There you go. 100% on mobile and on desktop. Beautiful. Man, that only took us... I don't want to even talk about how long that took us, okay? I'm very sour about that. Okay, there you go. Class name. Add the margin for each item that you want to add in the grid. And that will then justify it. So add it to the grid, not... Well... Because here we're adding it to the grid. Actually, that's something we can test, because we've been adding it to the item in the grid. What if we add it to the grid directly? I'm curious now. And if it doesn't work, you know, we can always go back, it's fine. Sorry, wrong place. There. Let's see what happens. Nope. Nope. No, no, no. There you go. That's what we were using prior. Perfect. Cool. Username, thingy, both aligned. And now we want that to be green. I can't remember how they did that, but that's what we want to figure out. It was a check. It was check in the circle. And how did they color these now? Because they're not showing us how we do that. Or is it SVG icon? Which one colors it? Oh, it was color. Right, never mind. It was color. So you set color to the color. Primary, secondary, action, error. Does it support like other colors? So this is how we can override color action. Wait, so if I say color blue, I don't think it's based on that. I think it's literally... Yeah, no, okay. But I think it might be the color property itself. So if we can add a style with that color, but right now we're doing classes.margin, and we want multiple classes. Let's see what the secondary class is. Oh, that looks bad. Okay, so anyway, the API for it is color. Classes is an object. Okay, so we can pass it to classes. So if we do classes equal to classes.success, that should give us that ugly background, no? Did we remove classes.success? Okay, so classes didn't quite work with that. I think it might need a direct override. I have a feeling that it wants this color primary. If we override color action, for example, let's see what the action color is. There's no documentation on what action is. What is action? So there's primary, there's secondary, there's error, there's gray, there's text, background, there, action. Oh, so they base everything purely on tonal offsets and opacity. Okay. You know what I just realized? What if we just have it primary? Because then it can be based on our theme color. By default we use primary everywhere, so it would just be purple if it's correct. And then for email we do the same thing. And for password as well. I do like the way that they did this, but this can be more practical, then we won't run into this issue where it like fades into the line. I think that's done because of the ID. The IDs are shared. And for login, we need to turn autofocus on for the username. That will be a nice quality of life change. So when we open up login, it goes straight into it now. And I don't think we should have autofill on for those either. So I'm gonna disable it. Autocomplete set to off for login and for password. Cool. Okay. Let's move on to email now. I wonder if I should have it all on one grid. Because then I just need to add an item into the grid. I think that'll be better. It can all be part of one grid. It should look the same. Yeah. There you go. Cool. Why does it feel like it lags? Was that just me? It's like boom boom. Where these just like flow smoothly. Do you see that? It's definitely not smooth, but it might just be because I copied it exactly. This is email. And we're basically sticking that in there. It might have just been that was causing it to lag. I really hope it was. It's weird, like this is smooth. But then why do you come here and it's like... it's like jerky. Why? Like it doesn't feel smooth, like there's something going on here. Okay, there was some kind of like massive memory leak because I want to see if I can reproduce it again. Maybe it was something old. Am I going crazy, or does it feel like jumpy? Like compared to these two? Or maybe because it's animated, because there was an animated option. Because that to that versus switching to that. Let's see if there's an animated option. That is for input. Disable animation, but we haven't set that, so it shouldn't be that. Okay, and then let me undo all of this to before we did this. And let's see if it still did the same lag. Yeah, there's definitely like that delay. It's not instantaneous. It's like you click and then it's like... It might just be the other text that I'm seeing that's confusing me. It could just be that. Okay, so we need to add class name.margin 2. Do we add it to the 12 grid? We do. Oh no, we already added it. Oh, it's this one, this class name.margin that needs to be removed. There we go. Okay, so we got username, we got email. Now email needs to be checked against the other regex that we have. I need to figure out when to use it. Okay, so let's just plug this into our regex. I think we might need to add something specific to it. Helper text, it needs to be this. Do we have a helper text for this? I don't think we do. So we're going to add this here, and it's going to be error email message. What else do we need? We need helper text, we need error. I think we already have error on it. Yes, we do. Except it's going to be error email. Error email and error email message. What else did we have that's unique? Form helper props. I don't think we had that. No, we didn't. So let's add that. Variant outlined, error, values, error, email, and then required true. Cool, that should be it. So we just need error email and error email message to our state. I might as well have an object now. Error, and then inside of it email. But I mean, for now, let's get it working. Error email, error email message. There we go, and we're gonna need another use effect. We need one for email now, so let's just copy this. And this is going to be for email. This is going to be based on values.email. And then if values.email not equal to null and not, we need to import email dot test values.email. So let's go get our email regex. But it might complain on diacritics, for example, because we're not supporting that yet. So I think maybe we should just have anything at anything. Or just look for the at. I think that's what we said before was the easiest option. Because right now this will try to match a ton of email addresses, but it doesn't support diacritics, which you can have in an email address, or the Greek alphabets, or any of these like traditional Chinese characters. And these are all valid. So maybe we must just see if it contains an at. If it doesn't contain an at symbol, I mean, obviously, if someone enters like an incorrect email address, that's on them, right? If they want to enter random shit in there, and then one day they can't recover their account, well, you know, whose fault is that, really? So ideally, what I would like to do, but it's probably outside the scope of this, is have them enter an email address here, and they need to basically confirm it. So this form will wait. So you send an email address. It sends like a confirmation to the provided email address. And once you click on the link in the email that was sent, it basically does the authorization. And then you can proceed with actually creating the account. Because then that way at least you're guaranteed that they, you know, have access to their email address. Because how else will they reset their account? Because that's my only concern. If they enter an invalid account, how would they get access to it? I mean, they can obviously contact an admin or something, but then you have the whole issue of verification, and yeah, I'd like to avoid that. So how would we go about implementing something like that? You would need obviously a mailer that would send an email, which is pretty straightforward. Then the link that's generated needs to basically flag that session. Yeah, but I think that's way more complex. Because it's either they click that or they get a token and then they enter the token code so that the, you know, form can complete. Or you would have like a little verify button underneath here. Email, once it's valid, you click verify. Then it sends an email to that email account. And if it's verified, it will like have a little tick mark here. Cool, verified. The button goes away. And then you can proceed with the next step, which is the password. But what kind of system would we need in place? Maybe there's like a package for it? Let's see if there's a feature. Something we can build. That contains a token. node emailer or node mailer. That's pretty cool. Wow, that's pretty simple. Okay. So we need token confirmation. And they have examples with async await, Lynn? Yes. Makes it so much easier, right? I think I'm going to do this at another point. I don't think I'm going to do it now. But I definitely want to do it because a lot of people do it the other way where they create the account and then afterwards you have to verify. I think it's better if you verify first because then you know it's valid from the get-go, you know what I mean? Instead of having accounts that are just dead. So I'm going to add this. Could probably work on it tomorrow. But my logic is, like I said earlier, once you enter email here and it's like valid, as in according to the regex. Well, actually no, we don't care about that. We don't care, they can put whatever junk they want. Once they're ready, the moment you enter anything here, it will say send verification or something. A button will appear under here. Then they click that, and then they have to open a link in that email. Either open a link or put the token in. I don't know which one I'll do yet. I think the link will be easier. They need to click the link, then they need to come back to the form. I'm just worried about if I can have the link close by itself. Is that an option? I think I've seen that before, right? Because basically click the link, have the link close by itself, or have the link actually be a response from the server that says, okay, cool, you verified, please return back to the form and continue the sign up process. Yeah, I think that's a better option. And then they come back here. This thing would have now turned into a tick mark because like you verified, because it has a callback here. And then finally they put the password in and then they can sign up. And if they change the email at any point in time, then obviously it resets the progress. So where do you actually generate the token? I didn't see this. Am I missing something? Where did they actually create the token? Because this is just the model for it, but they didn't actually like have any logic for the token. Token, generate token user. User to JSON. Login successful, write token and send back user. Generate token. Okay, so where's the function for generate token? Wait, is generate token a built-in node thing? I doubt it, right? Oh, my eyes. Imagine it's a built-in. I doubt it. Okay, so they have a generate token function, but where is that function? What? Maybe it's further down? Oh, they use crypto. I see it. There you go. Token equal to new token, user ID, user.id token, crypto, random byte 16 2-string hex. Okay, so it's basically using what we just saw in that Stack Overflow. Okay, so that's the token. So basically when you click on submit, it needs to send a request to the server, create the token, then send a URL. Now what do they do here? They use nodemailer.create transport server send grid auth. Okay, cool. No reply. Okay, yeah, user email, account verification token, text hello, please verify account by clicking the link. Request headers.host plus confirmation plus token.token. Oh, so it goes to... That's so cool. Okay, yeah, we're definitely doing this tomorrow. This is gonna be fun. I'm looking forward to that. Let me just add it to my Trello list. That's gonna be so much fun. Oh man, I can't wait. Okay, there we go. Email verification and user sign up. Cool. Let me bring my Pomelo out and create sign up page. There we go. Forgot about using this today, my bad. Cool. So we'll come back to this tomorrow. I'm gonna leave that open. So let's ignore that for now. Yeah, basically when we enter something we want a button to appear. Verify email. So we're gonna create a button. Sign up. Is this for email? Yes, it is. If values.email not equal to null, then we can show it here, I think. We're not going to set values or do anything of that. We're just going to have... Oh no, we actually have to set a value. We have to set... Or we could just base it on values.email. Yeah, we don't even need this. So let's go ahead and completely... Let's go ahead and completely wipe that. And then let's do conditional rendering for a button. So Let's go and find a button real quick. Button, button, button. Where would that be under? There. We just want a secondary button, I guess? Not, yeah, definitely not primary, secondary. So that should literally just be type secondary. Like so. So let's add that after email said, yeah? Which is here. Directly under it, we need another grid item, I think. Okay, hold up. First of all, why is this a grid container? Why is that a grid container? But we don't need a grid container, I think. It can literally just be a grid item. We only needed a... Okay, so that's for that. That's for that grid item. This grid is to end that grid container. Yeah, why am I ending the grid containers? That defeats the purpose. So let's get rid of that. And then let's get rid of this grid container and that, so that it's all just part of the grid. And then where's the end for this one? There is no end, is there? Oh no, there is. Except we're gonna do that and then create that. Done. So now they should all fall under the one parent grid. I don't think we should have multiple grids. They should just be items. So that should hopefully still look the same. Yeah, it does. Cool, yeah, that's it. And then this should still look great, and it should still look fine on mobile. Let me just double check. Yeah, it does. I'm not too happy with the spacing, but we can worry about all those things later. Let's get the functionality working. So there's username, there's email, and then I said underneath email, now that we've got all this going, we need to just create another grid item. So that will look essentially like this. Grid item XS equal to 12, class name equal to classes.margin, and yeah, that's essentially it. And then stick the button in there. And then give it a name of verify email. And then also set it to conditionally render. So that is values.email. Then we can render this like so. Wait, was it like that? Was it not like that? I'm pretty sure it was. Yeah, it was like that. But I think it's because we don't have it inside of anything. So we're actually gonna have to do this check for the button instead. Oh, never mind. That was fine. We're closing it on the wrong grid. There you go. and we need to create classes.button. So let's just go back to the button component and get button from there. And let's go stick it into this. Perfect. So the moment you enter something into email, you'll get verify email. Cool. I think we can actually remove that spacing. We don't need it. It looks bad. So where's the button? The button is here. Class name, no class name. And then we have to obviously set our secondary color for our site because we don't have one right now. So currently it's red. And I want this to... What is up with the spacing? Oh, it's because of grid item, isn't it? If I remove the padding. Yeah. Wait, the spacing is controlled by spacing. So if I remove spacing completely, I think it will look a bit better. Yeah, now it's not as like crowded. Yeah, that looks better. So you can enter whatever shit you want here. Then you're gonna have to verify it, and if it doesn't work, well... So that will, you know, work 100%. Because that is kind of a concern. What if they create an account, they forget the password? How are they going to reset it, you know? So that's very important that we have a email system in place. And then this should not clear until email has been verified. So I should add a to-do as well. Cool. And then let's just finally change password to not use this method. Create a new grid item. Here. So this is password. And then we take this text field and we stick it into there. We obviously need to remove class name.margin, and we need to remove label. I think that was the only thing. Yeah, cool. Sweet. And then we can do the password verification, which we can get from our server. Password, there it is. We said we're gonna have this 64, right? 8 and 64 characters long. And then username, we are gonna bump up to, well, we actually bump down to 32 characters. There you go. There's password. We need to create a new regex. Password.js. And then export default password. Cool. And then invalidate user. 1 and 64. Oh, that's for username. 1 and... No, that's between 4 and 32. No, 3. 3 and 32. And between 8 and 64 characters long. What I like about the system is that we're basically enforcing security. We're saying it has to be at least 8 characters with 1 numerical, 1 capital, 1 special character, so they will have a secure password. Whereas, you know, on other sites you might be able to just create a password like Bob123 or whatever. So that's really cool. I like that. And then I think the minimum characters for username should be 3. Reason being, like, 2 characters wouldn't really create something valid, would it? Because I'm thinking like Amy and Bob and stuff like that would be 3 character words. But are there any like valid 2 character words that anyone would have as a username? I don't think there are any like names, are there? There could be like Al, A-L. Because I don't want to like limit people. Because 1 character definitely shouldn't exist. Maybe it should be 2 characters. Yeah, maybe 2, not 1, because that's impossible. And you don't want to limit people, because if you set it to a minimum of 3, I know someone with a 2-letter name. Yeah, exactly. So I think I'm going to have it between 2 and 32. There's no way it's 1. Like, you won't name someone A. Imagine naming your son A, or B, or C, you know? Sorry, sucks to be you. Okay, we need to fix our regex though, because oh, hold on. That's 1 and 32, so it needs to be 2 and 32. Let's actually go and test it, because I want to make sure that this is working the way that I set it up to work a long time ago. So A won't work, AA will work. Okay, perfect. And then B up until 32, and then it won't work. Okay, cool, perfect. That's exactly what I want. And then, wait, where are we? This is in the... Is this username for the server? No, this is username for the client. And then password needs to be between 8 and 64, which we've already done. So that's not a problem. Username is done, 2 and 32. We also need to change it on the server as well. 2 and 32. It needs to use the same logic. And then validate user is between 2 and 32. Perfect. Sweet! Login, go back to login, sign up, sorry, sign up. And then let's import that regex. Import password from password. And then we just do password.match. Okay, which one's password now? There, that's password. Values dot password not equal to null, and values dot error password, and not values dot error password. That's for username. Why was I setting it to error password? That's weird. Anyway, this one's correct, error password. Then we can... Oh no, never mind, that's for the icon. We need... Oh right, I had it in here. It was a use effect. And this wasn't password, this was... What the hell? This was for username, but I was setting it to error password. It should be... Oh my god. Okay, it should be error username and error username message. Your username... Okay, cool. I think I got confused at some point with these. Error username message, error username message. Error username and error... At least now that we copied it, it will actually work half for the password. We just need to change a few things. And then we need to create error username, false, error username message, like so. Okay, that's all for username. And then for password, it's basically values dot password not equal to null and not password dot test values dot password, error password message. Your password, well, I don't know what we're gonna have for that message. I'll have to change it still. And then values dot password not equal to null and values dot password dot length. And this must be based on values.password. Okay, cool. So what are the requirements? Our password must be between 8 and 64 characters. And it must have one of the special character types. I need to somehow convey that in our message. So that's between 8, less than 8, and greater than 64. Your password needs to be between 8 and 64 characters. Cool. And then the other one is if it doesn't match the test, let's go to password, and we're gonna have to shorten this thing because it's super long. We basically need to rewrite this. So how do we rewrite this? Let's see. 1 capital letter, 1 numerical, as well as 1 special character. Okay, that's not too bad. I thought it'd be way longer. Needs to contain at least 1 capital letter, 1 numerical, as well as 1 special character. Is it a capital character? Would people get it? Needs to contain at least 1 capital, 1 numerical, as well as 1 special character. Yeah, I guess that works. There we go. That should be up and running now. So let's go test. Wait, why is it triggering for that now? Whoa, that's trippy. What? These are all for username. Oh, okay, I know. On the actual thing itself, what we set error to. This needs to be error username. I don't know why it's error password. Cool. And then for the password, this is password, I think. Values dot error password. I think it's message helper text. No, error password. And then the helper text needs to be set to values.error. Okay. Values.error password message. Phew. I think that's all of it now. Let's try it out. Okay, I don't know what. Oh, because password should be set to null. No. Password should be null, otherwise it's going to throw an error. Password needs to contain at least one capital letter. There you go. One numerical. There you go. One special. There you go. And now it needs to be... Okay, cool. Perfect. And then it shows as valid. Yay! Only thing now is it's telling you what it needs, but it doesn't tell you the length of it. Which one is it doing first, I guess? That's what's important. Oh, it is doing that first. Oh, because in our regex we specified between 8 and 64. So we can either scrunch it all into one message and say, hey, it needs to be at least one capital, at least one numerical, at least one special character, and it must be 8, characters in length, or we can separate it. And I think separating is better. And then if we're going to go with the separate option, we need to change this to be empty in the first part. There we go. So for the server side verification, we say minimum 864, but for local, just for this regex, we say 64. That should be fine. Okay, so now it should work in that way. Wait, no, password needs at least one capital, there you go, one numerical, as well as one special. Okay. There, I gave it to you. I think it's something wrong with our password regex. Let's go test it quick. One thingy there. So what does this quantifier mean? Match 64, but how do I make it if it's match between 0 and 64? Oh, I could just set it to 0, I guess. Yeah. Okay, so we're just missing the 0. I thought you could omit it, but clearly not. Okay, so one capital, one number, one special. Was that all you need? One capital, one numerical, and one special. Oh, it's true. One capital, one numerical, one special. There you go. And then it will still say your password needs to be between 8 and 64 characters. And now you're good. Yeah, that works. And if I go remove a special character, it's gonna complain. Sweet! Okay, but we need to fix it now because the text is a bit too long. But then I'm thinking when you're on mobile, it's anyway gonna wrap it, isn't it? I want it to at least look good on desktop devices. So either we have this container be a bit larger, because I think it's on SM right now. Let's go check quickly. The container size, where is it? It's on SM. Max width. Let's go check the sizing. No, not that. Where's the SM? Is it positions? No, I don't think it's positions. Components maybe under grid list. There was a thing that had the sizes. I saw it somewhere. Where did I see it? No, these are for columns. Grid. No, not a grid list. Breakpoints. That's what it was. Yeah, there you go. So MD, medium. Yeah, let's set them to medium then. So instead of small, it's going to be medium. Oh, I think that's why I didn't set it up, because it looks a bit like smushed out, doesn't it? Okay, I think I might have tried it before. Okay, so then let's just fix this. Your password needs to contain at least one capital, one numerical. Oh, maybe instead of saying 1, I should just put a 1 in. Because there I'm putting a 1. Yeah. Let's do that. My OCD, right? Needs to be perfect! Why did I think that would help? Character is just... It's almost there. We need like 2 characters less. Your password needs to contain at least... We need the at least in there. 1 capital, 1 numerical. And... We could say and instead of as well as. We could just say and 1 special character. Because it is an and, they're all required. At least 1 capital, 1 numerical, and 1 special character. That should fit. Yeah, there you go. Your password needs to contain at least 1 capital, 1 numerical, and 1 special character. Sweet! And then you go and do that. And then it needs to be at least 8 and 64. And now let's make it super long until it's over 64. And yeah, there we go. Wait, what? If it goes over 64, now it switches back to your password needs to contain at least 1 capital? How does that work? If it's greater than 64... What? Why is it showing that error message? How does that work? If the password is greater than 64, set error password to true and error password message to your password needs to be between 8 and 64 characters. Else, clear everything. Values.password. What? That's insane. How? What now? Values.password.length less than 8 or values.password.length greater than 64. It's supposed to set value error password message. Do we have error password? Error password, yeah we do. Because it doesn't pass the regex and you test against the regex in the first if statement. Oh, you're right. You're right. Thanks for that, Lynn. You're so smart on this. So maybe I shouldn't be checking these values 232 because I'd run into the same issue for username, wouldn't I? Yeah, you're right. Good catch. So basically just remove that and we're good. And do the same for password. Ta-da! Nice find. Really nice find. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Your username can only... Now it's erroring. Your username can only contain alphanumeric characters. Wait, what is in my regex now? A to Z. Oh, I probably have to add a plus here, don't I? Of 0 or more. A star after that. Back to the regexer. Okay, this is full password, I think. So 1, 1, 1. And then we need to match it on everything. Like so. Yeah, I think that should be it. Let's find a diacritic. Like this Greek word. Does that match? It matches, really? Oh. So you can add it afterwards. Because of this, matches the beginning of the string. That's not okay though. Is that valid for a password? We should only have alphanumeric. That's not really alphanumeric, is it? A to Z matches any digit any word, any white space. And it mustn't have a white space. Okay, so I think it's this. The dot star. No, but it's still matching that. So anything that isn't a word or white space? Okay, that's weird. Matches any word character. Alphanumeric. Are they alphanumeric? Latin and Arabic digits, or a text constructed from this collection. Oh, so it can include Latin letters. Oh. But if I wanted it to be specific to A to Z, Lynn, have you thought about, like, if you had to create a password field, would you allow Latin letters and Arabic, like, digits? Or would you just have it like plain A to Z and 0 to 9? Because I don't want to limit people, but I mean, surely, I don't know what the downside is to using Latin or other, characters. Because I was of the understanding that it was going to be A to Z, 0 to 9. But I guess because I said any word in regex, it counts Arabic and Latin letters. You don't know. I think I'm going to rather specify 0 to 9. Because then it's at least A to Z, 0 to 9. And then we need to know what the special characters are, if we're going to do it this way. Wait, is there a space in this list? Oh, there's a space. That's valid? A space in a password is valid? Really? What is OWASP? Open Web. This looks like a cool list. I think I'll use this. Where's the single quote? Is there a single quote? Wait, where's the single quote? Question mark, at sign. Oh, there it is. Why did I not see that? Okay, so apparently space is valid. I don't know how space is valid. But apparently it is. A to Z. Zero to 9, and let's not forget the special characters. But how do we escape it? Escaped. There you go. Matches a slash. What's the Cypher's leaderboard about? I just noticed it. Just people's activity in the stream. Eventually I plan to like have rewards and stuff based on that. I haven't figured out what it'll be yet. But yeah, that's essentially what it is. How do you get points? Just by watching the stream. Watching the stream, donating, posting, following, subbing. Just general interaction with the stream. There we go. I think we got it working now. And it has to be at the beginning as well. So this has to be in the beginning and that has to be at the end. So this would be an invalid password and that's valid. There you go. Cool, yeah. I'm still thinking of like ideas of what I can do. It's like a way to just reward people that watch the stream. So I'm thinking like one of the options can be like, I'll help you with a project that you're working on for like, let's say an hour for like X amount of points. Or something like that, you know. I don't yet know, but like any ideas are welcome. But it's supposed to be a way to just reward people who watch the stream. So for now the points just add up, and then eventually I plan to have a way to redeem them. And if I actually end up having like value added services, or I create like some kind of app that has a premium like version, then I'll give like premium versions away or stuff like that. It's like a loyalty system, you can think of it like that. Cool, so I think we made our password thing, which thanks to you, Lynn, I've realized wasn't a great idea before. Because we are matching every single character. And there was something else I can't remember, but now it's foolproof. It needs at least one A to Z. It needs at least a 0 to 9. It needs at least one special character in this set. And then that's the entire list. Oh, I just realized we probably have to escape that and escape that. Yeah, there you go. Essentially it has to look the same. So yeah, question to any of you watching, would you have a password, would you have a space in your password? I just find that very strange. Apparently you can. I personally wouldn't. It just seems weird. But obviously I don't want to limit people. According to this password special characters, space could be used. I can't remember the streamer, but I watched a live few weeks ago, and when someone from the chat helped him with something, like a solution to a problem or something, he gave their user points, which I think is a cool idea too. It's a pretty cool idea, huh? But how do you base it, like, Lynn? Do you just have a flat reward? Because you know some tips could be more valuable than the others. I'm not even checking the characters and passwords, I just checked that it's more than 8 characters and less than 50, right? Speaking of 50, there you go. We're gonna start rewarding people. It's a good idea, Ellen. I didn't even think about that before. I don't know if that's too much or too little. But yeah, I have to figure it out, because you know, the amount that people help, there could be like a massive thing that solves a big problem, or it could be a tiny like hint. And I guess fairness is like having it equal, but then some people may not find it fair. It's almost like communism again, you know? Everyone does work, and some work could be harder than others, but they all get paid the same, or they all get the same. And the thing is, I don't want it based on my discretion, because then someone could think like, oh, but now that's like favoritism. Why did that person get more? Such a hard system, huh? Should we go with a communistic approach? Everyone gets the same amount of points for helping. Because it will still be a first come first serve. If it solved the problem, it doesn't matter who helped, doesn't matter how big or how small, people are willing to help, right? So yeah, I think that's a good approach. 50 points for helping solve a problem. Well, look, I think it's 1 point. You get 1 cipher based on 1 minute of view time. So if you watch the stream for an hour, you get 60 points. So getting 50 points is like 50 minutes of watching the stream, which I don't think is that bad. I think it's good. So maybe later on add a custom like reward command, so I could just go reward username and it'll automatically give them the 50 points. But that's for another time. Okay, so where are we at now? I don't think we even copied the regex. Okay, so let's go take this regex, and we need to update both the server and the client. This is the server, I think. Yeah, this is the server. And then we need password over here. Uh-oh. I updated username, didn't I? Oh god. What have I done? No! I just realized now when I was like, hold on. Yeah, I fucked up, didn't I? It's okay. It's okay. You know what? This is what backups are for. So, let's just go and restore it. Regex, what was that password? We overwrote username, didn't we? Yeah. So username was overwritten at 720. Let's restore that version. Boom. Look at that. How cool is that? Love backups. Can't live without backups. Okay, so that's for username, but we were supposed to override password. So password's a bit different on the server because it needs all of that, but then 8 to 64 characters at the end. So let's do something like that and then remove that and that. Yeah, that should be it, I think. And then we can obviously also test it by just copying this into regexer. Oh, it failed because obviously it has to be at least 8. Yeah, there you go. And then if we go 64, yeah, cool. That's it. Happy with that for the server. And then username, this is on the server as well. Cool, great. And then username for the client. It's just A to Z 0 to 9, alphanumeric. And instead of star, it should be... No, we don't care about the length. And then password is that we also don't care about the length. Cool, perfect. Now let's go test. Needs at least one capital. Okay, there you go. One numerical. There you go. One special. There you go. Between 8 and 64. Cool, it's working. And then if we exceed 64, there you go. Password needs to be between 8 and 64. Sweet! And then username 2 and 32 needs to be between 2. There, it's 2. Oh, did I do less than 3? I probably did. That's a heart. Get it? Less than 3? Yeah, I did. I forgot we updated that. Cool, so that should be it now. D, yeah, cool. And then let's get a Greek, or just a diacritic again. I want to just test it in our password. So if I have it in the username, that's not going to work. Good to know. And then in the password, it's going to complain. But now if it contains a diacritic, your password needs to contain at least one capital, one numerical, and one special character. I need to somehow combine needs to contain at least as well as only into this message. Could have another check where if it's over the limit, no, because that's the general error for your password needs to contain at least one capital, one numerical. What are we using? Are we using match? We're using test, okay. I wonder if I can add a new line like this. Your password can not contain I guess that's as good a description as any. I want to just see if it can wrap a new line when I do that. Oh, it did work. Sweet. Your password cannot contain any other characters. Do you have any suggestions? Because right now it's telling you the minimum requirements, right? But if you were to add an invalid character into it, it will still tell you your password needs to contain at least one capital, one numerical. That's why I added the second line, to hopefully explain that further if that were to happen. But that happens regardless of, you know, you match the minimums. Because if I don't have the second line, then it's just like, oh, did I miss adding like a capital letter or a numerical along with my other characters that are not allowed? Show just the second one, but how would I differentiate? I wouldn't know. Because what check would I have to do? The first check is, does it match the pattern? If it doesn't, show that error. Second one is, check the lengths. And then specify that. What would the third check be, you know? I would have to create another regex. And that seems... Then again, I don't need to create a new regex file. I could just have a different export. The default is password. It could be export const password illegal. Let's go figure out how we're going to get that working. I want it to match anything that's not valid. So let's go get our diacritic. As in? Like a good I could do a negated set. That's a negated set, I believe. Match any character that is not in this set. I don't think we need a positive look ahead for that. How do you do a negative look ahead? I think it's that, right? Yeah, so just change it from a positive to a negative look ahead. There you go. Now it should match everything. But I don't think we should have the positive negative look ahead. I think we should just have it like that. But it should match regardless, so long as it exists. So we just check the entire thing, I guess. If it matches anyway. What is this for now? Username or password? This is for password. So why don't we do dot star? That means any character dot star. There you go. So now if your password were to contain that, then it would be invalid. So if it was D23 you'd be fine, but add a special character and you're screwed. So this would be an invalid password. So have we got this down right? Any character, a star, that's any character except line breaks. I mean, I guess that should be fine, right? How else would you add a line break in a form field? I think we should add line breaks just to be safe. So any white spaces, any line, any character, because that excludes line breaks. So this is line breaks, that's any character. Yeah. And then we need to obviously end the same way we began. Any white space. Oh, so this wouldn't work if I made it from the start. Oh, it would. Interesting. I'm just trying to find a way to break this regex now. But it seems to be good. Or is there a more simplistic approach to what I'm trying to do? Well, you know what I just realized? We don't need any of this. We could just check if it contains this. Or if it doesn't contain. Because there's... I think it was contains. Was it match? Oh no, it's not match. There is contains. I'm pretty sure it contains. Or includes, maybe it includes. Determines whether a string contains the characters of a specified string. But can you use a regex? Huh, there's also test. That's what we were using before. Oh yeah, it is test. Okay, so we use test then. Because then we don't need any of these things. We just literally just have that. And we test. So we test, and then if it has any of this, because I think export password illegal. So we need another else if. Your password can only contain alphanumerical characters. Is it ASCII special characters? Let's look at the ASCII table. I think it's ASCII, right? Because that's extended ASCII. Impulsivity, hey, how's it going? Have you come far since I've left? I've been adding verification to the sign-up form. That's been quite a few things. Had to get the grid working, which was complicated. So yeah, I'm almost about 90% complete with the sign-up form now. Yeah, it's ASCII. It's the ASCII special characters. So I think we can label it as such. It's not extended ASCII. It's just printable characters. So we're going to specify your password can only contain alphanumerical or ASCII printable characters. And then if people need to be like, what the hell is ASCII printable? Then I'm sure they could just Google it, yeah? Because if I go Google ASCII printable characters, then I'm like, oh, okay, Q. I gotta go again. I'll look, have fun. Cool. Thanks for the look, I appreciate it. Keep well. Okay, so that should be fine. Let's go and test if that actually works. There we go. So let's go get an illegal character in here, such as this. Okay, password. At least one capital, there you go, one numerical. Wait. One capital, there, one numerical, one special, there. Now it needs to be at least 8 characters. Now here's a illegal character. How do you like this? Oh, I think we need to put the special check above, because that's what's happening right now. So this if basically needs to replace this if over here, and this else gets this if. There you go. Okay, let's try that again. One capital, one numerical, one special, 8 characters. Now an illegal character. Your password can only contain alphanumerical or ASCII printable characters. Okay. And let's start in the beginning with an illegal one. Okay, great. And again. Cool! And it doesn't matter if we enter whatever we want to enter, it's not gonna work. All because of that one character in the beginning. Sweet. Your password can only contain alpha. I almost kind of want to show them what characters are allowed. I don't know if saying, because that's kind of technical. If you ask like someone that's not in tech, do you know what ASCII printable characters are? And then the other side of me wants to say special characters, but then the more technical inclined may be like, you know, special characters can be quite broad. Technically, you know, this character we're testing with is a special character. So many things to think about. I could say can only contain alphanumerical or one of the following characters, and then yeah, I think that might be an option. It won't look nice though. That's the only downside. Let's check at least what it will look like. Or one of the following characters, and then have a new line, and then oh damn, because it you have to escape it. Oh no, because there's a single quote there. close the quote there, I guess, and then start a quote, end the quote there, and then have a double quote here and end with a double quote like that. What are you complaining about? Unexpected token. Oh, okay. So do string concatenation. Unexpected unterminated string constant. Wait, this is for this set. This is for this set. This is supposed to be from here till there, so why is it complaining? Impulsivity, thank you so much for the host. I appreciate that. Unterminated string constant. That's weird. Because it is terminated there. Why do I have a comma there? Single quote, single quote, double quote, double quote. Des, hey! Welcome to the stream. It's good to have you. Can any of you figure out why this is an unterminated string constant? Okay, I got an idea. Let us make a copy of this and do this. One of the following characters. And then instead of doing that, let's just use a string literal, because then we know we don't have to worry about escaping. And then we can copy that part and stick it in there. See? No issues. Wait. Oh, because that's part of it, isn't it? There's one of these characters in there. Where is it? Find it. How's it being terminated? Is it because of that? Oh, it's because of this. No wonder. I forgot. We're unquoting them. We have a backslash, so we need a forward slash. So we need to escape the forward slash, I think. Yeah, there you go. And then, why is there a comma there? Who knows? There we go. Oi, mate. How you doing? Magnet, I'm doing good. How about you? You should remove the link to your gaming channel when hovering over your stream. It's really distracting. Huh, I'll have a look at it. Is there a reason why you'd be hovering though? Because it's only meant to appear once, you know, obviously when you hover, if you like try to make it full screen. But I'll have a look at that. Thanks for mentioning that. Okay, so now we add a special character in. That one. Your password can only contain alphanumerical, one of the following characters, and their other characters. So now what would you guys suggest? Do we just have a vague needs to contain a special character, hoping that people understand what that means? Or do we actually show them which special characters are allowed? Even though it kind of looks, you know, it doesn't look that nice. How is your progress during the week, Dad? You mean overall? Like what I've gotten up to since the last stream? Yeah, on the app. Okay. What did we do? I finally managed to like perfect the login logout system and the local storage encryption. And yeah, yesterday we did like a quick rush sign up process, which works. And today I'm just like polishing it, adding feedback. So like your username, when you enter something, it'll tell you like here. I don't know if you guys can see. It's probably really small. Let me zoom in. There you go. Your username needs to be between 2 and 32 characters. So if we do that, you see it's good. If it's longer than the 32, you'll get an error again. I can't remember if there's anything else. Can you have if you try to put special characters or anything that's not alphanumeric, you'll get a warning. Your username can only contain alphanumeric characters. How did I actually check for that? Let me just... Did I actually... Username. A to Z... Oh, because I specifically checked for A to Z 0 to 9. You know, I just realized something now. If we just check for A to Z 0 to 9, we can simplify the whole password thing. Oh no, because we needed to allow specific ones. So if it does not match in this case... Oh no, that's pretty much it. Nice, I like it. Yeah, it's coming along. The email, I have like a special idea for this. When you enter your email address, you click the verify email button. It sends a authorization token to your email address. And when you click on it, it authorizes, and then it sends a call back to this form so that you can move on to the next step. Because a lot of sites require you to, you do the sign up, but then you have to verify afterwards. But what if the email address was invalid to begin with? And how do you update it? How do you log in? How do you do anything? You know what I mean? You can't. So I wanted to do it a bit differently. I'm sure some people do it this way. And I think it's better that before you even sign the user up and assign them to the email address specified, that you actually check that it's valid, because then that way you don't have to do the whole regex thing, checking, because you know a lot of people, myself included, try to create a regex that will be foolproof, but after like 5-6 hours of trying, you realize you can't. There's so many rules, and now that they've added like diacritics and like the Japanese characters and the Chinese characters and all that, it's just a never-ending thing. So the best thing to do is just let them enter whatever the email address is, and if you verify it and it exists, it works, then cool. The regex speeds are crazy, exactly. So this is like a solution to prevent that. And then yeah, the password is just basic. Needs to be between 8 and 64 characters. Needs to contain one uppercase letter, one special character, and one number. But now I'm just deciding if I want to show them which special characters are allowed, or if I just mention it can only contain alphanumeric and special characters. Because I'm thinking for the less advanced people out there, a special character they will assume is things like the question mark or the exclamation mark, whereas more advanced people would think an ASCII code like this would be a special character, and that would kind of be right, because it's part of the extended ASCII character set. So I think I'm gonna rather go for the simplicity's sake and not worry about the more complex users, because I'm pretty sure the more complex users can figure it out. And also I don't think it looks pretty, showing all these characters. It just looks weird. You know what we could do though is, on hover of special characters, it can have a tooltip that shows you. Yeah, that could be an option. Let me see if we can add nested tooltips into a simple text object. I don't know if we can even do that. And which side do we want it to show? Special characters on the above it. Yeah, above. So top. Which one is top? Left, left, left. Bottom. Wait, top. Here's top. Whoa, it's pretty easy to include. Literally just tooltip. Okay, let's see if it actually works though. Something tells me it won't work because it's an error message. How the hell is it gonna nest that? I mean, you can only try, right? I need to remove this. Add that there. Take that. Your password can only contain alphanumerical or special characters. And then special characters needs to have the tooltip. But I honestly don't think this is gonna work. Like I'm highly doubting this will work. Because unless you can return a div or like a span, like actually there's one way to test this. And that's simply returning the tooltip. Let's just return a tooltip and see what happens. Because it expects a string, so there's no way. Yeah. Like I very much doubt it's gonna do that. Wait, what? It actually... What? It actually worked. How the fuck? How does that work? That's crazy. It actually worked. So essentially, okay, let's see what happens if it's part string, part part function. So the beginning part needs to be your, or then you would have special characters inside of that. Unexpected string concatenation. No one expects the Spanish Inquisition. Oh, it returns an object now. Okay. So we can have a tooltip. Okay, I've got a better idea. Instead of messing around with this, let's leave it as a string or special characters. Okay, we leave it like that. Because this did work. And then we turn this into a string literal. See if this will work. Doing crazy stuff today. Nah, it's trying to convert it back, which is obviously not going to work. That would have been so cool though, because then you mouse over special characters and you'll basically see the list of special characters, which I think will be the nicest UX that you can get. I have one final trick to try. Whoa! Adding that just like broke the whole form. Why? That's so weird. So we can have text with it, but the moment you just have it as a... Okay, fine. There. Your password can only contain alphanumeric or special characters. I'm just gonna have to settle for that. And if I get adventurous later on, I'll figure out how to add tooltips. I mean, we know how to add tooltips, it's just this is based on a form input which only accepts a string and displays the string, so we would need a custom implementation where we can return an object to be displayed with, you know, the relevant markup. Okay, so password is sorted, username is sorted, email we said we're going to do tomorrow because that's a complex process and there's no way that I'm going to be able to process that right now. Because I started early today and I've still got to get used to this whole flipped schedule. And then... Okay, so that's valid. Email is valid. Let's pretend it's valid. Password, let's get it valid. There you go. Now let's check the response from the server, because that was something I was busy on earlier. Sign up. Okay, so it was successful. And the response from the server, we get an object, which is account creation success. So at that point, we need to get like a toast notification. Your account was successfully created. And that's when we log the user in automatically. But for now we can just have a toast that shows account creation success. But yeah, that's something we're gonna have to add tomorrow as well. So user service, which is here, add notification snack bars for errors success from server response. Cool. Yeah, I'm gonna add that tomorrow. After this, all that's left is to actually add the user profiles. And that will basically mirror whatever information we have on the server in the database and things that are changeable, because I want to add options to obviously update your password, change your email, things like that. So we're basically creating our own entire like user system, whatever you want to call it. I think it's got a name, but I can't really think of it right now. And we've done that pretty much from scratch, which is really cool. And it means I can use it in further projects when we need to, if we need a as simple or as complicated as possible. Because right now we just have login, logout. So if we need just authentication based verifications to view specific pages, we can do that right now. And for example, with that user that we created, but I don't know what the details were. Actually, wait, I think it's here in the response. Oh, I changed something, didn't I? But basically I could have taken that information that we used to create the account and I can log in. It's like fully functional. So we have user registration, we have logins in place. And yeah, I think I'm gonna have to call it a night now. Get another early night and continue earlier tomorrow, hopefully. But yeah, thank you to everyone that came through. I really appreciate it. You guys are awesome. Thank you for all the help and for keeping me company. And I can't wait for tomorrow, because tomorrow's going to be exciting. Tomorrow we're going to actually implement something that I think is a really cool idea. And that is token-based verification right from the sign-up page. And it seems simple in concept, as do most things, but you know, you enter an email address, you submit that for verification, the back end receives that email address, sends a token to that email address, the user clicks on the link that was sent from the server, and it activates an API endpoint, which then sends a callback to this button, to this form, and we can continue with the sign-up process from there. So hopefully it's as easy as it sounds. But yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. You guys have an awesome one. And until then, bye for now.